I think this would be a very enjoyable attacking match. As you mentioned, Zhao Guodong last couple of years has done extremely well, firmly in the top 16 now.
One.
Like you said, both at the Masters next week, and that is one of the best venues we have on the circuit. I'm sure both will be very much looking forward to playing there.
Yeah, Sergio Wei made his debut last year, but it's Zhao Guodong's debut this year, so it's taken him nearly 20 years as a pro. It's going to be a big occasion, walking out to play Mark Selby on the first night. So he'd love to get some confidence ahead of it this week. Some good match play.
Yeah, it really is an incredible atmosphere now at the Masters. Sure, win or lose, he'll enjoy the experience. Like you said, has won the Wuhan Open in the last 2 years, and it really does take some doing to win any tournament this season, at this moment, but to go and defend it as well.
15.
Incredible.
Yeah, and in the next match, actually, he'll play the man he beat in the final. He beat Gary Wilson 10-9. This is an immediate chance to get his hand on the table, pot a few.
16.
Just settle into conditions here in Leicester. Very soon, of course, you're going to have to get into these reds.
Three.
Yeah, he's always been a player that you've looked at over the last few years, and probably expected him to do a little bit better than he had done the last few years. He's got it all together and he's done exceptionally well. Split the reds well,
31.
but he's not landed on anything. So one of the keys to his game is scoring. He's always scored very well. Seems to be much more consistent nowadays, Dave, I think.
Oh, very much so, yeah. And he seems comfortable as well as a top 16 player. Whereas Sergio Wei got in and he hasn't quite played, I think, with the same freedom since becoming a member of that elite group that he had beforehand. He's still only young, of course. He's only 23. Great talent.
Yeah, unfortunately, for C at the moment, maybe kind of remembered for that semi-final match against Luca Brissell when he led 14 frames to 5 before eventually losing 17-15. He has got to a couple of ranking finals. As you've mentioned, the Wuhan Open where he lost to Zhao. He's also got the final of the German Masters where he lost 10-5 to Judd Trump. But extremely talented player.
Yeah, of course, he's a beneficiary of the Chinese snooker boom, and Zhao Guodong was at the vanguard of that because he was actually in that China Open 2005 that Ding Junhui won. And that was the start of it, really. Ding winning as a teenager. Zhao, the same age. He was in as a wild card, and of course now there are 5 top 16 players. Sorry, 5 Chinese players in the top 16. 28 on the World Snooker Tour. And plenty more to come, because of course they've massively invested in China in the sport. We've seen the likes of Wu Yize break through this season as a winner. Lei Pei Fan last season. Chang Bing Yu was in the last final, lost to Chris Wakelin at the Scottish Open. And of course, most importantly, they've got the world champion. Xia Xingtong will be here for Group 4 on Thursday and Friday. So a little safety battle, which you think Zhao Guodong might be on top in, but that's a little error. It might be quite a big error actually. Mid-range red, you'd fancy Sergio Wei to knock it in.
One.
Yeah, usually very reliable with that type of shot. Longish straight pot. Got a few open reds here, but ball's not situated great. Should be able to
8.
pick off the 4 open reds. Going to be very difficult, obviously, to win the frame at this visit, but certainly get right back in it.
15. 16.
I'm just thinking he's got an angle to play a cannon if he wants to. Brought one of the reds into play. Would probably be open to. Brought both those reds out. But he's still okay.
Three.
Very fluent player, very aggressive, very good to watch. You said still only 23 years of age, only turned professional in 2019, so already in the top 16. Still got plenty of time ahead of him. Just a little bit short on the pink. Could again play a cannon towards the red that's closest to the right hand middle pocket. There's the cannon. Has that red gone far enough? I think it just about
35.
has. Oh, there you see it, he's on both reds.
So
he's taking these really well. He's got one more easy red. He usually plays very aggressively. He has got an angle to play the cannon here. And that's the only danger. It was quite a big
42.
target there. You'd have expected him to cannon one of those reds. Still got a chance of a pot into the right hand black pocket. close.
Yeah, so they've each been in. Jagodong lost position. Sojaway left himself that tough long red, which, as you say, nearly got. Jagodong with a chance here, but he still has these awkward reds to deal with.
One.
It's a little bit straight on that red, so could only try to pot the red, screw past the black to have the black into the same pocket. It's caught the black, so it's just going to be a safety.
So we're on 1.
Just a reminder, or if you're watching for the first time, an explainer, it's a league format, so 7 players each play each other, so they'll play 6 matches each, and then the top 4 in the table tomorrow night going to the playoffs, the semi-finals, and then a final. It's a point for a win. If that's level, it's who's won the most frames, then who's lost the least frames can come down to who beat who in the individual match. £100 a frame. There's a £500 high break prize and money accumulated as you go, and it's all about getting in the winners group, which will be played over the same format in February to decide our champion. They earn 10,000, but all the money also they've accumulated along the way. Very useful event to get in, I think, the week before the Masters. It's a chance to play, you know, proper players. They'll be practicing anyway, obviously, but it's meaningful here. This is a tournament. It's being broadcast around the world. So it's got to be an advantage, surely, of some kind. Unless, of course, you have a nightmare and you wish you hadn't bothered.
Follow miss. So good on 4.
Well, that'll be going back. I guess he's still learning the sort of tactical side. I mean, he had that great match, didn't he, a couple of years ago with Mark at the Crucible. Mark Williams beat him. But then in the next round, he played Jack Jones, who was just very adept at limiting his chances. He actually won, I think, 5 frames on the black, Jack Jones, in that match. So it wasn't the sort of fluent encounter that maybe would have favoured Sergio Waite.
Important thing about this game is you've got to be able to pot the balls. You can learn the safety as you go. We can certainly do that. Certainly pot the balls.
You got to see them first, haven't you? And he's in a bit of trouble here. He desperately trying not to leave one on.
He'll do well to pop one from there, that's for sure.
Follow miss. So good on 4.
Well, that's 2 different ways he's gone about it, and neither successful. As I say, the danger is just leaving a red on as well, so he's in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, well, if he plays that shot again, doesn't want to cannon into the 2 reds that are closest to the right hand black pocket, and that would be a disaster. Certainly take that.
Well, what a difference that makes, because had the cue ball gone in the D, the red would have been available. Chris Wakelin, by the way, has just won the first frame against Yuan Sijun on table 2. The Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has that live for you.
Yeah, that cue ball wobbling and finishing where it has, he's now puts he in a lot of trouble. He did play safe off the red furthest up the table to try and bring the white back around. He's almost certain to leave a red on, so in a bit of trouble here. That's a very good shot. I think all Zhao can really do here is just tap to the red. Well, it's a little bit of a misjudgment there from Zhao. Trying to get very thin off that. Try and get in behind the yellow and brown. See if he'll take his red on.
One.
Just needed that cue ball just to run that little bit further. Sure whether he has enough angle here to get down for the red. Yeah, that was very difficult. Tried to force it. Pot the blue.
6.
Into the right hand side of the pocket as he looked, just to try and force an angle.
Bit
of a careless safety. I think that's maybe what you were talking about earlier, Dave. That kind of shots like that.
Yeah, maybe just needed to give it a little bit more thought. But Zhao Guodong unable to take advantage. So quite a cagey start, this.
Chance here for see if he can pot the red, get a nice angle. See if he can get these last two reds into play. He's got to pot the red first though. Wasn't easy. So same thing for Zhao. Pot the red, trying to get a nice angle on the colour. Pink or black.
1.
Now, how's his angle? Looks definitely to be too straight on the pink. No, he's not. He's got enough angle there. Can play this to cannon the two reds. Be delighted with that. Excellent shot.
7.
So this is the key shot to this frame. If you can pot the colour and get nicely on this last red, she'll go on to take this first frame.
Very nicely done. Yeah, I think he's a really impressive player, and the way he's become a top player after, you know, years of being a kind of middle ranker is great testament to his perseverance. It was a tournament last season, the Champion of Champions, where on the same day he beat Ronnie O'Sullivan and Mark Selby in deciders. shows what he's capable of. This frame was well and truly in the balance, but it's in his hands now to get it. One already 13 in front, so yellow, green and brown need it.
$23. $26.
I guess the key moment for Sergio Aurier was when he tried to disturb those reds when he was in and failed to do so, and then missed the long red.
30.
Anyway, Zhang Guodong's first £100 of the year has been banked here.
$35.
Well, the wrong one went in, but it shouldn't make any difference.
35. Sergio 6.
Zhang Guodong takes the opening frame of this first match of Group 3 here at the BetVictor Championship League. Just to reiterate, of course, Yuan Si-jun also coming in today. He's up against Chris Wakelin here. Wakelin's won the first frame. The other new face, Anthony Kowalski. Now he's world number 72, so you might wonder how's he got in this. But there's a big complication this week. There's another event on, the German Masters qualifying, and indeed the Welsh Open qualifying, being held in Sheffield. So that's why Noppen Senkan, for example, can't play in this group, because he's had to go up to Sheffield to play in the German Masters qualifying. So Anthony Kowalski was the next available player when the decision had to be made yesterday who to invite in. So it's a great boost for him. It's come off the back of the fact that he got knocked out the qualifying, so you know it's sort of bittersweet in a way. He lost yesterday to Liam Graham, but it has meant that he was the next available player on the ranking list, so that's why he's here, and it's a big opportunity for him over the next 2 days to earn some more money against some top players. Good as these players are, they can't be in two places at once. Of course, Chris Wakelin now playing his 5th successive day of Championship League snooker. It seems every year there's one player who just kind of ends up almost trapped in it. But it's not the worst thing to be, is it? Because, you know, he'd be practicing anyway, so, you know, you're earning money at least.
Yeah, it could be very lucrative if you played from Group 1 until the end, even if you didn't manage to get through to the winners group.
With Jack Jones last year, I mean, he made 32 centuries, Jack. He was here in so many groups. In the end, he pulled out. He needed to remember, you know, where his home was, I think. It's not the Mattioli. Funny enough, the first year, back in 2008, when this was a new event, Ali Carter didn't get in the winners group, but he played the first 7. And of course, there weren't many tournaments then. There were only 6 ranking events. And all the match play, he himself said, was a massive help in terms of getting to the world final that year, and then of course becoming a top player after that. So it's not the worst thing to stay in, but of course at some point Chris wants to get into the winners group and have a chance of winning the whole thing. So that continues on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Here we go with frame 2.
To turn it off. It's off now.
Well, I assume that's the heater that they're
you want to
looking at.
Warm.
Yeah, he wants it. It's not a warm day in Leicester, so if he wants it turned up, you can understand that.
Okay, I will do it after the frame. If you If you're cold, you have the hand warmer.
There are hand warmers. You see how humanitarian it is here. Maybe we'll get a blanket for when they sit in the chair, put it over their legs maybe. No, listen, it is cold outside. They're doing the best obviously here to keep the players warmed up. Of course, we've had summer versions of this, the ranking event, where it's been the opposite. We were here once for the hottest ever day in Britain, with no heaters needed then. And that's a terrific pot.
1.
Yeah, excellent. Opening red from C. Comes nicely on the blue. Pot this and play for the black this time. Not to get a angle on that black to get rid of the red. It's closest to the black after it. That would open things up nicely.
Seven.
Chose to play up for the blue. And that's gone wrong.
CJ 7.
So, be disappointed to only get 7 after that excellent long red. Well, that's a different way to play it, Dave.
Well, it ended up being really effective, but yeah, a bit fortunate.
And there's us saying his safety game is maybe not as good as others. That's very advanced safety, that one.
So advanced you knew nothing about it.
Played that beautifully. Much better safety from Zhao. It's blocked off the right hand side of the table. Has got a possibility of a red into the left hand black pocket and might have to take it on.
One.
Such a brilliant long potter. Not sure whether he can pot the black, but he can definitely pot the pink. No, he can pot the black.
Eight. Nine.
Just struggling a little bit to get that cue ball under control. First game on this table for both players, so I'll just take a couple of frames just to get used to it. Played that one nicely though.
12.
Just depends what angle he has on this red. Looks like he can play for the pink into the same pocket.
13.
Would be very helpful if that pink is available. It's a very good shot again.
20.
Strike that with a lot of topspin. You can see the pink is not available. Black not available into the left-hand black pocket because of that red. This is an excellent shot from Sijui. Now if he can pop this
22.
red, this definitely would open the black up. Pop the red and try to get a nice angle on the black. This is the last of the loose reds.
$23.
See if there's anything. Might be a plant, possibly. Two reds closest to the pink.
$30.
And you can see pretty well set. Be surprised if he was to miss this.
$31.
Not happy with that one. Looks to be pretty straight on the black.
It's a rather agonised look, wasn't it, on his face there? As the cue ball just sort of started running towards this side cushion. Not much angle. But what a shot he's played there. Brilliant.
Yeah, fantastic shot.
38.
See it again. Lots of top spin. Two cushions. He deserves to be on a red for a shot like that.
He played one match last season. It was the semi-finals that weren't open against Judd Trump, where he played about as well as anyone can play. He had a maximum, but it wasn't just that. He just absolutely sparkled, you know, in a big match. And then, of course, Xiao beat him in the final. And I do wonder if that knocked him back a bit, that defeat, because he was playing so well. He might have had an expectation he was going to win his first title, but he didn't do much for the rest of the season until the Crucible, where at the World Championship we got to the quarterfinals. So maybe he was just a bit disappointed. We'll get plenty more chances, though, to win tournaments, that's for sure.
46.
53 points in front. But a little bit unlucky there. Split the reds nicely, but the cue ball has ended up on this right-hand side cushion. Can still pop this red into the middle, but it's not easy. Yeah, that was not easy at all. So a little bit unfortunate there.
Way, 46.
He'll be a little bit disappointed for the excellent shot he played on the black. Not to go on and win the frame from that visit. The only problem for C now is, although he's 53 points in front, look at the table. Nothing anywhere near a cushion. One good pot from Jagodong. He's got the red, but is he on a colour?
1.
Yeah, I think roll up behind the brown, definitely the choice.
Jagodong 1.
Well, I think we might get the All They Didn't Hope here, Dave, I think.
The Maguire, as it's also known. I think Steve Maguire has popularised it, hasn't he, over the years? Just whack it and hope for the best. It's not the most cultured idea, but, you know, you can flute one or you can get it safe. Got to hit one first, though.
If only miss, Jagodong 4.
Foul and a miss. And didn't leave possibility of a red, but such a tough snooker. Joe hoping that he's going to get a better chance.
Well, he has hit one, but he has got a better chance. Yuan Jun, meanwhile, has levelled up with Chris Wakelin, 1 each on table 2.
Three reds that are closest to the pink look like they're covering each other. Yeah, it wasn't easy. He's gone too far. He can't pot this red now.
4.
Played for the red. Away from that group of 3. But he's managed to get the plant. Could he kiss the green?
5.
Well, good and bad. He's on the yellow. Oh, he's not the green. Onto the bottom cushion. But he's played that very well.
7.
Yeah, so that green, as you say, could be now the key ball in this frame. Well, one way or another it will be.
Just checking the scoreboard, he's 41 points behind, so plenty of points to play with. 51 still on the table.
8. $14. 22.
Doesn't want to be dead straight on this pink. To pot the pink, get an angle on the yellow to get on the awkward green. Was a little bit straight, but just potted the pink
29.
towards the right hand side of the pocket as we look at it. Just give him the angle to get on the yellow. So, key shot. Would love to just drop this green in. It's going to leave a more difficult brown. He's played that very well.
34.
Yeah, that snooker he laid behind the brown was the key to obviously getting in. Dealt with the green, so now 4 remaining balls for a 2-0 lead.
38.
Well, it's sort of typical Xiao Guodong, really. He's not a flashy player in any way. What he is, he's very, very effective. And can pot the crunch balls as well, as we saw with that green. So it's a real steal. Sergio Way was looking very good, in a strong position, but found himself in that horrible snooker. And Xiao Guodong's pounced the black for 2-0. Really excellent clearance from Xiao Guodong to take a grip on this match. A very satisfying break to make. First match for him of 2026. And he's playing some good stuff. And hopefully they'll sort that heater out as well and he won't be too cold. Of course, I suppose if you're at the table potting balls, you maybe don't notice it as much. Sergio Way, of course, not out of this yet, but what he doesn't want is to lose 3-0, because of course when it comes to the count back you need frames after points, so he wants to try and put that to one side and just get involved in the match if he can. But Xiao Guodong already playing some good stuff here. It's now 2-1 to Yuan Sijun against Chris Wakelin. And I mentioned the qualifying going on in Sheffield, the German Masters. There's a all Hong Kong match there, which Ka Wai Chung has beaten On Yi, former Women's World Champion. He had 3 centuries in a row, and then a mere 78 to finish. So it was 1-all. He had 112, 137, 104, 78. So, you know, away from all this, some great snooker being played as well up at the qualifiers.
Third frame, so good on to break.
So a terrific clearance there from Xiao Guodong, and he leads 2-0 in this first 3 encounter.
I'm just coming around to see if two reds closest to the black are a plant. Play the other red onto them. And they are a plant.
1.
He has got a shot at the green. So
4.
3 or 4 open reds, black in the open. Decent scoring chance for Zhao.
Yeah, he's made
5.
21 centuries this season. So to put that into context, there's 14 players who've made at least 20. So he's right up at the top of, near the top of that list. Over 300 for his career.
Played into the pack of reds, but
12.
I think the red does go to the middle pocket, but if he plays that, looks like he's going to be cannoning into other reds. Don't know if he's going to angle just to push through for the blue. Yeah. He's played
13.
that very well. It's about as good as he could have done from there.
Well, it's a chance to get it won, isn't it? And a good value for that. He's played terrifically well. First match, no
18.
real rustiness, no signs of that anyway. I mean, I guess if the
19.
Chinese players stayed in the UK over Christmas, many of them may actually have carried on practicing.
Yeah, I went in Things Academy on Saturday. Pretty much every table was going. All practicing very hard.
24. $25.
And this is a very nice chance now to get this frame and match won at this visit. Nice little cannon.
32.
Still got at least 3 open reds after he pots this one.
$33.
He's always been very good around the black, Dave, hasn't he?
Yeah, and like I say,
40.
he's an unfussy player. You know, he keeps good control. One of the reasons he's not sort of known for flare shots and exhibition shots, he doesn't have to
41.
play them. He doesn't have to recover because he's just nicely in control of what he's doing. I know he found it hard when he first came to Britain because there weren't many Chinese players then. Of course, there's a lot now, so it's a good community.
the opportunity again to go into the reds.
48.
It's not perfect. He has got a red to the right-hand middle pocket, but awkward queuing. Still fancy him to get it. Just about.
Yeah, now.
49.
As long as he, well, there's so many reds he could play on. As long as he lands on one nicely, then you fancy him to win this here. Doesn't feel like Sergio Way's done that much wrong, really. Just caught the brown. He's on one, but not quite as intended.
Yeah, he's still got a red to the right-hand middle. And you would feel if he gets this, this could be three-man match winner. Well, he has got the red, but he hasn't got position. He can pot the yellow, but he won't be getting on a red from that, so just going to roll him in behind the brown.
Well, we're here again, aren't we? The difference in the last frame, he was snooker behind the brown.
53.
Sergio Way was actually, I think, 53 in front then. He's 53 behind, but it's just as horrible, really.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see the same shot again, Dave. Could have been worse.
Well, he's just struggling to close this out. Just needed to land on a colour there, and it was surely over.
The red was such a thin cut, he had to trust a little bit to luck with the cue ball to make sure he pots the red, which he did. Trying to get 54 points in front, so trying to get a colour safe. He tried to push the pink safe. Well, he's got the white. He's got a good cue ball in behind the yellow, but could have easily left that red on there.
Well, it really is trouble now because there's a red over a pocket, so it's kind of last chance saloon territory.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see the third hit and hope here. I think he's gonna. The only shot he's really got is to try and pot the red in the middle pocket. Well, it's a great hit. It's very unfortunate.
It really is. I mean, you know, he's hit it and he hasn't potted it, and worse still, he has left a red on. So, as I say, Shagudong has struggled to kill this off, but now, surely this is the visit that's going to do it. He's not got much more to do here. A couple of three pots, and it should be 3-0 to him. The clearance in frame 2 clearly was the key moment of this match. It was a terrific break, that. And it's going to be the perfect start for the world number 11. And he stays on to play Gary Wilson, so he's got a chance to really take a grip on things early on. Sergio Way will return after that to play Yuan Si-jun.
7.
Listen, he's playing Mark Selby at the Masters. He needs a good warm-up here to get ready for that one. We know Mark's in great form, having won the UK Championship and indeed the Champion of Champions back end of 2025.
14. 15.
And there, in fact, is the handshake from Sergio Way. So a very impressive performance, strong in all areas, Xiao Dong. As I say, the clearance in frame 2 really was the key moment, and it's the perfect start for him. He beats Sergio Way 3-0. There'll be a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with Xiao to take on Gary Wilson here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Pius Lamutas. Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Arcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing from my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah!
I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk! Come talk! Come talk!
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination. Nothing less. I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. Today we've just seen Zhao Guodong win the first match 3 frames to 0, and he's going to stay on the table and play a second game, and he's going to play Gary Wilson. There we see early leaderboard. Zhao Guodong at the top, 1 match played, 1-1, 3-0. 1 Sejun. He beat Chris Wakelin by 3 frames to 1. So early days.
Heads, tails. Head. Okay. Yeah, you will break.
So Zhao will be hoping for another performance like the last one.
Gary Wilson to break.
Got a very tough match. Gary Wilson lost in the final of yesterday's group. Very pleased to be joined by Peter Lines. Pete?
Yeah, good morning. This should be interesting to see if Gary Wilson can pick himself up after last night's disappointment. Just speaking to Gary in the players' room, and he was saying he's not really happy with his form at the moment. It feels like there's something not quite right with his cueing. Just a lack of confidence, maybe. So Gary will be taking this deadly serious today, trying to find a bit of form. Especially with the Masters coming up next week.
Yeah, it was fantastic red into the middle pocket. Always seems to score very well, Gary. We've seen yesterday a couple of easy misses.
Gary Wilson, 8.
That was another one there.
Yeah, that was very, very unsurprising miss. Yeah, and Zhao's
1.
He's potted the ball, but because he's caught it a little bit too thin, he's completely lost the cue ball. So just a roll up behind the brown.
Fall miss. So good on 1. Gary Wilson 4. Free ball.
Yeah, Gary having a look to see whether he thinks he can possibly pot the yellow or green, because
from there,
not a great deal of value in the snooker, with the pack still intact mostly.
all miss. Gary Wilson 4.
Yeah, he'll have that replaced.
Just a slight adjustment from Xiao Guodong, and I think Gary Wilson was almost certain he wouldn't get left a pot from that snooker. Was very close to the pot, but no damage done. Now Gary normally plays more attacking. Let's see if he opens these balls up.
Yeah, did play some excellent snooker in the last group. Gary Wilson played match against Jackson Page, made 3 centuries. Also played a match against Chris Wakelin where Chris didn't manage to pot a single ball.
Yeah, it just shows how quickly things can change around at snooker though. Take Jackson Page for instance. I think, did he get to the final of the first group and then was relegated last from the second group? So evenly matched, a lot of these players.
Just called that safety a little bit thick. Looks like he's covered everything to the right hand black pocket, so a little bit fortunate there.
Is it going in behind the brown? It looks good. I don't think he played it there. I'm almost certain he didn't play it land there, but he'll settle for that. Looks like it's the flick off the reds near the pink and down the table. Yeah, judged it well.
Not so long ago that shot would have been thought of as a brilliant shot. Pretty much treated as a normal shot nowadays, isn't it?
Who was the first person to play that? Was it Alex? Cliff maybe?
Not sure. Good question. That is a good question. I always remember practicing a lot with Mark Williams and used to be absolutely fantastic at that shot.
Pretty good, I think, from Xiao. Got to be really careful now, Gary Wilson. Got to try and find a gap between all these balls and back down the table without leaving a ball over the pocket. was a pretty good effort.
Big Show's taking on this long red. Yeah, use the other red. Make the pocket a little bit bigger.
One.
And he's on the yellow.
Three.
Ball's not in great positions at the moment.
Solly, what do you think about Zhao Guodong? What do you think has, because he was sort of a top 64 player for a few years, and then over the last sort of 2 or 3 years, he's established himself from nowhere as one of the best players in the game.
Yeah, he's always struck me as a player that was always better than where he was ranked. I think another one springs to mind was Zhang Anda. And it just seemed over the last couple of years I've almost seen them play sort of matches where they would play unbelievable snooker. Oh, he's played a lovely shot there.
Four.
Took the chance to bring the pink into play, and that couldn't have worked out any better. Just think they've added, both players have just added that little bit of consistency to their game. And like you said,
10.
He is firmly a member of the top 16 now. He'll be playing in the Masters next week.
Eleven.
So that one shot he played where he screwed into the reds.
17.
Worked out very well. Has certainly opened this frame up a little bit.
Yeah, I think he'd like to get that red away that's closest to the cue ball right now, just to make the white easier to move around with his bridge hand. Now, I presume the red
24.
at the top of those cluster of 3 will pop.
Could it be a plant? Yeah,
25.
That's really opened things up now. Break goes to 31. isn't in play at the moment. Don't think it pots into either of the corner pockets.
32.
Really forced that in. He didn't play for the blue there, but he's finished absolutely perfect.
Yeah, he's played to try and come down in a straight line, I presume, for the pink. But yeah, he'll certainly take that. Now it looks all
47.
plain sailing after that result.
38.
Pink puts him
44.
29 points in front. He's played these very well so far. Wasn't a great table when he started this break off, but he developed these very nicely. And chance to go on, win the frame at this visit.
$51.
Yeah, still a little bit of work to do. He's going to need the extension and a decent shot here if he decides to swing it back around the angles for the pink or blue, but I suppose he could try and hope for the black. Well, that looks just about perfect.
52.
Black puts him 44 in front, so red
59.
and one more black would put him 52 in front with just 51 remaining.
He would have liked a fraction more on the cue ball there, so he could play this shot without using the long rest again, but shouldn't be a problem. Well, shouldn't have been a problem, but it was a problem. And again, he's been a little bit fortunate not to leave Gary Wilson a chance.
59.
Wasn't expecting him to miss that.
Yeah, I'm sure Gary was getting himself ready for the second frame. Yeah, I was still in a very strong position. All four reds not in great positions.
Now that shot there could create a little bit of a stalemate, and that could work out in Gary Wilson's favour. He could get a chance to get the balls back in the open, knowing black is covering the pocket for most of the reds. Yeah, I think we'll see Gary play the red on the right hand side cushion and move it towards the left hand side of the table. Unless he thinks he can get him in behind the brown off this. Gary will just play a similar shot to the one Zhao's just played, but off the red, closest to the black. White back down the table. Can't really do any damage. This could go on for a while, Lee.
Yeah. But like you said, reds gradually getting into better positions. Zhao will be happy to see the brown where it is. It makes the clearance just that little bit more difficult. He's caught that one far too thick. And there's now a great chance for Zhao Guodong to take this opening frame.
Yeah, and Gary will be really, really unhappy with himself at that shot. He was getting back in the frame, but wow, what a miss from Zhao. That's two chances he's had now to wrap this first frame up, and two straightforward misses.
A little bit unfortunate to end up behind the blue.
Gary Wilson 8.
Didn't want to kiss the red, but not left anything on for Zhao.
Yeah, that's not what Gary will be thinking. Gary's glass is always half empty, I'm afraid. He should have been just delighted that he's still in this frame, with the chances that Guodong has missed.
Yeah, that's it, exactly what I was thinking, Pete. You know, I'm sure a couple of times Gary Wilson would have thought that this frame is over. Still very difficult for him to come back and win this, but he's still got a chance. It is amazing how you think sometimes as a snooker player, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the beauty of your man, Lee, isn't it? His temperament, his attitude is absolutely unbelievable. How he thinks about the game. You think you can teach that?
Yeah, it's very, very, very difficult. I think you can get better at it. That's for sure, but
because he seems like he's the only one, Mark Williams, that I've ever seen
8
with that attitude to just be able to just forget about everything and just play, and if you win, you win, and if you lose, you lose. And
Nine.
Red going in should secure this first frame for Zhao. Yeah, you're right, Pete. He has got a
14.
excellent attitude, excellent outlook. I'm sure that's gone a long way to bringing him a lot of the success he's had.
Sargondon 14.
Gary Wilson 50 points behind.
yeah, surely this is just a little bit of potting practice. No aspirations of winning this frame, surely. Just pot a few balls, try and get a little feel of the table.
Eight.
Yeah, Zhao has already had a match on this table already today. Gary would have played on you
10.
a lot of times over the last couple of days, but it's the first frame he's played today, so just potting a few balls. Don't blame him for that.
13. $17. 22.
A little bit of an exhibition
28.
pink there.
Gary Wilson 28 in the frame. Sargondon.
So Zhao Guodong takes the opening frame and he leads Gary Wilson by 1 frame to 0.
Yeah, Gary there just trying to loosen the arm up a little bit. Probably feels a little bit tense and not fully at it.
So we go over to table 2 and Joe O'Connor in action against Anthony Kowalski. Joe taking the first frame, and Anthony needs snooker in this one as well. You seen much of Anthony, Peter?
I've seen a little bit of him before he turned pro as an amateur. He's a talented player. He's a bit hot-headed, I think, but he's a very confident young lad. I think he believes in his own ability. I think he's on his 2nd year of his tour card, and he's struggling to keep it at the moment, but he's certainly got something. He's just a little bit raw. You know, the first couple of years on the tour, the more of a learning curve for these players, rather than hoping to do something. They all come in brimming with confidence and then realise just how many good players there is on the tour. I think this is a big couple of days for Joe O'Connor, because I believe he has to pull out of this group, so he'll be desperate to try and get through and make the finals, because he's playing in the qualifiers for the German tomorrow, Thursday, I think. So this is his last day in this, so last couple of days, should I say. Yeah, tough group for Kowalski to come into, though. 4 top 16 players, is it? And Joe O'Connor is obviously a fantastic player himself. Yeah, there are a few little signs of frustration there for Gary Wilson in the first frame. I think that a good one visit frame won't put right.
That's an excellent pot from Joe. And he's only going to get 1 point from it. Struck that one very well.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed now. Does he dare risk rolling off the up to the brown? He's already missed that shot once, or could just leave the white on top of the green and leave it hampered.
So we're on 1.
Try and force an error from Gary Wilson. Yeah, I think I would have risked rolling to the brown there. I think it would have had more dividends.
Yeah, as you said, he maybe didn't quite fancy that one. Having not reached playing one earlier.
That's a nice attacking shot though from Zhao. Thick off the reds, trying to open them up and get the white down the table. It's got a pretty good white. So was Gary Wilson.
Yeah, it was a very well played shot. Tap on the table from Zhao Guodong. Going to be careful here. If he plays safety of the little cluster of reds, he's going to make sure he doesn't cannon one of the reds on the left hand side of the table. He's played it well.
Yeah, it's a really nice cueist, Zhao Guodong. Nice and straight, but technically to look at. This is an area of the game though that Gary Wilson really struggled with yesterday, his long potting.
1.
Really nicely controlled though. Excellent pot. A little bit of check side to straighten the white up. And that's got Xiao Guodong now in a whole heap of trouble.
Yeah, in the last match that Zhao played against Si Jiahui, he had C in a very similar position a couple of times to this. C choosing to play the hit and hope shot.
That could possibly be Zhao's best option. I'll leave this one to you, Lee.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, he's certainly in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I don't know where Gary's going. That's definitely going back.
Yeah, I know where the white's going.
Just wanting to get his steps in.
Yeah, it's going to be very... If he does hit a red, it's going to be extremely difficult not to leave a pot for Gary.
Yeah, almost impossible to not leave anything. Now can Gary find a little bit of fluency? Try and get rid of that frustration that he's feeling at the moment. This is where he's normally so good. But again, that's not really in his favour. Pink gone down the table. The black doesn't pop. Now let's see if he can cue this one smooth. Got to generate quite a bit of power to get back down the table. These are the ones he normally brings back way too fast. Yeah, that was nice though. That was nicely struck.
He's
not out of the woods yet though. Yeah, surely it's got to be this one and just off the side cushion for the blue.
Good
pot. Not sure what angle he's got on this blue. Looks pretty straight. Black not available at the moment. Pink is on the green spot, so concentrate on the blue for now.
19.
Yeah, he's having to work hard for these points.
Yeah, he would love to get on that red. It's closest to the left-hand black pocket.
Now, has he got the angle to just nudge that red away from the black? If not, it's going to have to be power and back down for the blue again.
$25.
Yeah, and that's only going to add to
Yellow.
Gary's frustration.
Gary Wilson, 25. All the miss. Gary Wilson, 4.
Nice target behind the green and pink, if you can find it.
That's an excellent safety.
Yeah, it could be a frame winner.
Cool. Gary Wilson, 4.
Well, the in-off there has probably worked in his favour. Could have left an easy red on. Still got a possibility of a red by the pink into the left-hand corner pocket. Oh, but he's caught that way too thick.
Yeah, and that again was just pure frustration. I think Gary thought he was going to get left a chance there. The white going in the pocket took that out of the equation and didn't really focus properly on the job in hand, and he's played an absolute horror shot.
1.
And that didn't go in clean either, but it did go in. So isn't it amazing though, Lee, how many frames you see where one player does all the hard work and then the other player gets in and all the balls seem to be nicely positioned?
Yeah. And like you said, it certainly won't
6.
do any good for Gary's frame of mind. But you see, he's a little bit frustrated. But this is not an easy chance for Zhao at the moment.
No, I think he's come a little bit awkward first shot. Probably dead straight on this red, which means he can't maybe get top side of the blue. And there you go, in trying to pinch the pocket to get top side of the blue, he's missed the
6.
easy red. Now then, this has got to go. He goes for the black. Well, can you believe he's turning it down, Lee? Do you think he's doing the right thing?
Yeah, I don't.
Blue.
I don't like that black across the pocket, across the top cushion. I think 32 points in front.
1.
Balls where they are. Don't really think he could have got on nicely on a red anyway, so usually very attacking, so I think he's probably played the right shot there, but we will see. looked like he was going to have a nice easy red into the middle, but the white has just drifted behind the green.
Pop this red in the middle. Colour's very awkward, but the reds are not too bad. Certainly to get back in the frame.
One.
Yeah, it's just been one of those frames where neither player can find any fluency. He's taking this pink on.
Seven.
Yeah, that will certainly help his cause to get back into this frame, getting that pink back on its spot. It's going to be a little bit careful here, just a little bit awkward bridging. Just that yellow causing him a problem.
Just got to make sure he stays nice and still, even though he's slightly off balance.
8.
Yeah, and he was perfectly still on that. He was. Like you said, Pete, off balance, could have easily missed that.
I'm sure Gary sat in his seat though, expecting to get another visit. Last red safe, the green, the yellow safe, the blue safe. Still 18 in front.
15.
Yeah, those two reds are in a nice position. If you can get an angle on one of them to bring that awkward red into play. Just about to say, he could even play it from this pink.
$21.
Yeah, and he's played a pretty good shot, but it hasn't come out perfect. This is definitely missable if he's playing the one back into the blind pocket. Nothing much to do with the white. Just a little flick off the other one. Yeah, well, there you go. He's put it wide.
So we're done.
And that's
one.
Great news for Gary Wilson, because he's still 11 in front. And he won't need the awkward yellow. I think he's got to take this chance now, just to try and make himself feel a little bit better.
One.
Probably his best shot of the day so far.
7.
Yeah, he struck that one very well.
Eight.
Pink would put him 25 points in front. Oh, it's going to need a colour after this red.
15.
There won't be no aerobics here. Just make sure you pot the black.
Yeah, and that's 2 snookers required.
Also 22.
Yeah, it's worth Zhao Guodong giving it a go, but he's played a pretty poor frame here. In fact, both players are, so the only thing you can really get out of frames like this is to make sure you're the one that wins it. And it looks like Gary Wilson's going to do that. Definitely not the usual fluency we expect from these 2 players. Is he trying to screw him behind the brown or blue? Yeah, he's just overdone it.
2. Yeah, there is a chance that he could pop green, brown and blue and just need 1 snooker on the pink, but I do think his best chance of winning this frame is to try and get 2 snookers with the 5 balls on.
Yeah, I think we did have a frame the other day where Joe O'Connor needed 3 snookers against Elliot Salesa. Got them, only to lose the frame on the black.
Yeah, the pink and black are nicely positioned for snookers. That's a case in point. That's an excellent shot. Gary's got to be a little bit careful. He doesn't want to leave the white if he does miss this shot anywhere down near the green, so he can just be stunned right back in behind the brown. This is an important shot choice from Gary Wilson.
Yeah, and he can't go off 1 cushion.
He'll definitely get close, but will he hit it? Will he hit it? Looks like he's coming inside it. And there you go.
Oh.
Now then, can Zhao stun him straight back behind the brown? He should really get this. Just kissed it on the way past. He will not be happy with that shot at all. That was an absolute gift. Oof. Took a bit of a chance there, Lee. Nearly went in off.
Yeah, I was just about to say before he hit it, he just needs to be a little bit careful he doesn't go in off.
Gary needs to see the back of this frame ASAP. Well, that should be that after the miscue. Just drop this in the middle pocket and
yeah, and all this will not be helping Gary's frustrations. So like you said, Pete, you want to see the back of this frame as quickly as he possibly can. And by missing that green, he's now in another snooker.
yeah, I believe we've got a result from the match on table 2. Joe O'Connor has seen off Antoni Kowalski to get his first victory of the day. Yeah, he might have no choice here but to pot this green and possibly brown. Decided not to, and that's a pretty good shot again. If he's cut off the swerve shot, Wilson's got to be, doesn't want to miss cue.
Four.
Well,
so good in 4.
Jared Goudon needed 2 snookers. He's now got them.
Yeah, and I think there's another snooker incoming here, which will put Gary Wilson in trouble, because then the Mistral comes into play. White right behind the brown here, should be off 2 cushions.
Yeah, he's played it well.
All of a sudden,
well, that's an excellent hit. Had to swerve around the brown, but he has left a possibility of this green into the green pocket for Zhao Guodong. Certainly not easy, but if he gets it, he will be on the brown.
yeah, and what Gary has done as well is he's made the blue a little bit better for Zhao Guodong, because the pink has gone closer to the pocket. So,
3.
not necessarily have to get right down the table for position. Yeah, so a reprieve for Gary Wilson. Now it could be just send the blue round the table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cushions possibly. Try and get it in behind the black.
He won't be happy with that one.
No, the one thing he didn't want to do, Zhao Guodong, was gift Gary Wilson an opportunity. And an unforced error. has just gifted the frame to a very relieved Gary Wilson.
In the frame.
Yeah, so Gary Wilson, he was really struggling out there to finish that frame off, but he'll be absolutely delighted with the way he's played so far to level the match up at 1 frame all. Yeah, he was on the verge there, Lee, of boiling over. I think Gary's he's letting his frustrations get the better of him. You could see there even now his body language, it's not looking good.
Yeah, I think if he had lost that one, I couldn't see many safety shots coming in the next frame. But he has won it.
Can somebody tell him it's 1-all?
And the things this game does to you.
It's a lot more cheerful in here. Well, that's the face of somebody that's got the Masters next weekend.
How about you, Pete? What tournament's next for you? Still competing? Winning Q tours?
I have been playing pretty well this season. I decided I was going to give it a little bit more of a go. I've been coaching a little bit more, but I've been practicing a lot more, and yeah, my results have been pretty good. I'm second on the Q tour with 2 tournaments to go, and the top one gets a tour card. So yeah, I've still got a chance. Although it's not going to be easy, because Jamie Clark, he has just gone top, and he's a fantastic player. I'm a little bit surprised that he's off the tour. Looks much better than where he's ranked at the moment. Well, that's a terrible misjudgment from Kadonga. I'm not even sure what he played. Did he play the slight swerve and try and clip it on the way down?
Yeah, I think he did. Like I said, totally misjudged it. And he's given Gary a decent chance here right at the start of this 3rd frame.
Three. Four.
He's played that nicely. Pop this red now and run through onto the black. Definitely the
7
red above the black pots. Might be one at the bottom of the pack as well. But when he pots this red, might pot. Oh, you got to pot the black first, Gary. And that's exactly what he thought of that.
Gary Wilson 7.
Certainly not going to improve his mood.
Yeah, and he's played it to leave himself low on this red to screw off the pack. Left hand side, take the white down, open the reds up, hopefully get on the blue. I think that's what he was playing. I think the only thing in his favour there is that he's missed the black and it's gone safe. Plenty of power. In fact, he left it too straight to play the shot in question, and that is, well, I'm afraid that's end of break, because almost no chance he's getting into these reds.
Yeah, I think he did come around and have a look. That red that I said about earlier. Whether that pots, I'm not exactly sure. If he'd got straighter on this pink, he could have possibly got on that one, but like you said, it's going to be very difficult from here. Yeah, I think he did play around the table for that red.
Unless he spotted a plant. That is end of break. So again, it's been a very scrappy match so far, and that is continuing.
7. So good on 7.
Yeah, good shot from Wilson.
Both these players in action next week at the Masters. Gary Wilson takes on the world champion Zhao Xingtong. Zhao Guodong takes on the UK champion Mark Selby. So 2 very tough games. But what a tournament to be playing in. Atmosphere there, the venue, absolutely fantastic.
And you'll be there, Lee?
I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there. Mark Williams plays Mark Allen Monday afternoon. I'm fortunate enough to be commentating on that game as well, so really looking forward to that. Pretty good safety from Zhao Guodong, but unfortunately he has left this red.
One.
Good pot from Gary. Cue ball just running that little bit too far though. Can still pot this green. He's played that well. It's a nice shot.
4.
Hasn't been anywhere near his best in this match so far. But got a half chance here to go 2-1 in front.
10.
Yeah, the way it's gone so far though, you don't fancy Gary winning this in one visit. Is it into the reds? Yeah, and that's pretty good.
17.
There's no reason now why he shouldn't win it in one visit.
18.
Yeah, played a lovely shot from the pink to open the reds. Like you said, now Pete, he'd be very disappointed now if he didn't go on and score enough points in this visit to take this third frame.
Yeah, and that's a good shot. That's opened the pink area up completely.
24.
When he pops this red.
Yeah, just got to keep nice control of that cue ball. Pink now. It's going to be portable into all four.
31.
Two middles, the two black corners. We've got three reds there sitting.
32.
Would have liked to have come a little bit further on that pink though.
Yeah, that's absolutely correctly. That was a poor shot from where he was. There's no way he should have even been contemplating taking this one. You expect him to get it, but when you leave yourself missable shots, you
39.
often do miss.
Yeah, he played it very well though. Back in perfect position. 45 points in front.
45.
So just this pink. And Gary Wilson
46.
should be 2-1 in front.
$52. 53.
'And a chance of a century as well.
59. 60. 66.
Can't believe he's actually going to be 2-1 up with the amount of balls he's missed so far, but
Gary Wilson,
he is.
66. In the frame, Gary Wilson.
So, a 2-1 lead for Gary Wilson.
Yeah, not sure what he was doing with his arms there, but again, he's not happy about something. As we switch over to table 2. A lovely long red from Anthony Kowalski. Chris Wakeland's taking the opening frame. This is a great chance for Anthony. Wouldn't have expected to be playing in this tournament. Obviously didn't want to lose his qualifying match, which has actually got him into play in this tournament, but it's an opportunity for him to get some wins, get some confidence, and some money. Although, like you said earlier, Pete, it's going to be extremely difficult. A very, very tough group.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he played when he had the black over the pocket. Left himself in no man's land. But back to table 1, and Zhao Guodong has got to try and find something.
Gary, I don't think he'll be overly happy with his form, but maybe delighted to be 2-1 in front.
Yeah, decent length on the safety, and he's covered the red near the blue spot. Zhao got to be a little bit careful here that he doesn't push a red over the corner pocket. Just having a look to see where they were going to go. It does look close, possibly to even going in, never mind over. And there you go. And a tremendous kiss on the brown to leave himself plumb in.
And again, won't help Gary's mood, that's for sure. Would have thought he'd played a decent safety, but ended up leaving the plant.
Yes, good job there wasn't a player cam.
I think that's a new concept we could get. I think that'd be very interesting.
Fines are becoming thick and fast. Yeah, Zhao though, he's got to try and get his cueing back on track. He's had enough chances to have won this match 3-0 and he finds himself 2-1 down.
But this is a very nice chance now.
Yeah, absolutely. This is how you want to see the balls. Blue, pink and black in the open, and the reds nicely spread.
14.
Absolutely nothing to do with the white here, just
21.
squeeze it into position and don't miss the pot.
Yeah,
he's only on 22, but be surprised if Zhao doesn't go on and win the frame at this visit. It's usually very reliable from positions like this.
29.
It's not absolutely perfect though. Still shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, you just never know though. When you're making delicate little cannons, they can always go wrong. If you could just move that red, the one directly in line with the black away, it should just open everything up. And there you go, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that was a nice little cannon. Hard to see him not winning this frame now.
Yeah, sure Gary didn't think that when he walked back to his seat. He left the white on the ball cushion, covered the red in near the blue spot, and it was his last shot.
46.
Tough school.
I think this is going to be a big century. Put himself in line for the highest break prize.
Yeah, that was in the last event.
60.
That was a highest break prize that Gary Wilson had up until the last frame. £500 for the highest break in the group. Could certainly set the target here.
67.
Yeah, still a possible 1-4-2-1 if he took blacks with all these reds. Highly unlikely, but it's a possibility.
$68.
That red puts him 68 points in front. Only now 67 left on the table. It's just gone a little bit awkward. You'd still expect
75.
Zhao to pop one of these reds, but if he plays this one, he's going to need, well, if he can get around and reach that, well. It's going to be an awkward one. The long rest, extension on the cue. Still fancy him to get it. He can play a little screw shot, but he's also got that another red as well. So he can hold it very high in the air just to make sure he doesn't hit that other red. Yeah, no problem though.
Yeah, that's definitely frame over. So now just concentrate on
76.
posting a target for the high break.
$83. $84. $86.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised he didn't take the reds in a different order there to stay around the black.
Yeah, he could have actually played that red that he's leaving till last. He could have played that with the rest and got on pink or black, but chose to go down for the yellow. If he could get black with this last red, still a possible 136.
102.
He's going to take the blue. So he's going to settle for a 134.
107.
Yeah, he's taken at least 8 points there off his total that he probably should have had. Maybe he thinks he's going to make a maximum later.
112.
Well, the amount of maximums we are getting at the moment. Better against another one.
116.
Yeah, definitely going to a decider though. An important match for both players really.
121.
Zhao wins it, puts him in a really good position going forward. He's almost
127.
there in terms of qualification for the semi-finals. So yeah, absolutely magnificent break there. One shot from Gary Wilson and game over. 2 frames all. So flick to table 2 and Kowalski's in a commanding position. He's 40 in front. There's only 35 on. So it's 2 snookers for Wakelin. Who's not really got himself going in this Championship League yet, Chris. After that fantastic victory just before Christmas at the Scottish. So back to table 1 and the final frame of this match. Gary Wilson to break, and he struggled with his break off yesterday, and that's not a great break off today.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few people struggling with the break off. Certainly struggling to get this red back across into the pack. And he did leave it, but Zhao has missed it. Now has he left anything?
Yeah, and it doesn't get missed very often by these top players. So that is a big let off for Gary. Dropped that in, and he's played it as slow as he possibly could. Has it held up? Well, he's getting down pretty quickly, so he obviously thinks it has. Yeah, terrific shot. Controlled it nicely as well for the next red.
8.
It didn't look like he was on that black, Pete, did it?
No, definitely not. It looked like it had just run away slightly, but a chance. wants to be low on this so he can develop something. Now got to cue this smooth. Yeah, you saw the difference yesterday when Elliot Leicester plays those shots. He manages to generate so much power. He can get the white moving as well. He's hit them nicely, but didn't get the white back away from the cushion, so it's end of break.
Gary Wilson, 16.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. I think he hit those pretty well. And Joe just wanted that cue ball just to slip past the green. Nice target there, green and the brown.
Yeah, it's a dangerous one though, because if you go to get the snooker and you slide past it a fraction, I think you will leave that red into the left-hand black pocket. So if you're going to go for it, you've got to get it.
Looks a pretty good shot from Joe. I think he's covered the right hand side of the table. Gary might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, definitely. Drop on the red to the left hand side of the table so it's thin off this red and try and avoid everything else, and that is definitely not what he wanted. Yeah, I mean the reds are magnificent, but the pink and black are no good at this stage. So needs a good shot here. This needs nice straight cueing. Yeah, that's
one.
That struck lovely.
Yeah, struck that very well. Like I said, he's not a great chance at the moment. Reds are in great positions, but the colours of pink and black are tied up, so I want to try and get them in to play as soon as he can. It's going to be very difficult
6
to win a frame just from the blue.
Yeah, he could have possibly played down there and maybe tried to free the pink, knowing there was reds available. Decided not to.
7.
Maybe he just wants to pot a few balls, see how it develops, with it being a deciding frame.
If he can get a nice angle on the blue from this red, he could play
12.
Little cannon trying to bring the pink into play. Well, actually, maybe that top
13.
red does pot.
Yeah, it did look like it. Yeah, there you go. And I think as soon as the red pots, the pink will pot. So maybe it's a better chance than we first thought.
18.
Yeah, definitely now. Not red being potable, which in turn frees the pink.
19.
Massive bonus.
Yeah, it just depends where the pink is going after he pots it here, though. Will it still pot anywhere? Looks like it's... I'm not sure. It looks like it's going right in between those two reds. Which will, if that is where it's going, that's going to be straight out of commission. Yeah, it'd probably been better playing for the blue one more time and trying to move one of those two reds that are blocking the pink spot. Yeah, there you go.
So we want to try to pot the blue red and get a nice angle on the blue.
25.
If you could play on the red just to the left of the
26.
pink, and that would then free the pink. You could play a little cannon on the red next to it if he gets the right angle, and the pink would be available to the right middle.
He's slightly overscrewed.
31.
So it's got to be back down for the blue. Just got to make sure you don't underhit this.
And
he's judging it well at the moment, getting the perfect angle every shot.
Now he is on this red.
37.
Now he can play for it to the right
38.
middle.
Yeah, he's just got to make sure now, Zhao, that he does turn this into a frame when he visit, because he's done all the hard work. He's opened the table up. So he's got to complete the job. Now, does that red closest to the black pass the other one? Because if it doesn't, I think he's on nothing. Does it squeeze through? And also, can he just give that red a little nudge to land on the black? Well, he couldn't, which meant he had to play for the blue, and he's come up short.
45.
Which means there's still a glimmer of hope for Gary Wilson.
Oh, this could be behind the pink.
Yeah, and that's the danger.
50.
He didn't. As soon as you fall wrong side of the blue, you're making the game so much harder for yourself. And now all the balls are on for the counter-attack.
Gundon 50.
Yeah, that's a nice little shot though he's played there, especially if he's got the snooker.
Yeah, and he's pushed the red by the black, so that for the moment tied the black up, which will help him.
Yeah, Zhao will be very disappointed if he goes on to lose this match, because he played the balls really well up until the last second and then made a mess.
Yeah, I think you could see from his reaction how disappointed he was. He knows he played some lovely little shots to get the pink open, and then a couple of little careless ones, run out of position. Knows he should have had this match won by now. Still in a strong position, but still a chance for Gary Wilson. He wants to play off this red, put the white in bulk, but he's got to be careful. He doesn't want to leave this red.
He's tried to move the red from over the pocket and get the white down the table, but he didn't catch enough of it, and I think he's left it. Now can Gary Wilson clip this in and get out on a colour?
One.
And the answer is yes, he can. So, one more twist.
Green. Green.
Yeah, that's not a good shot though from Garrett.
Four.
He's not come anywhere near down far enough for this red. It does pop, but no position guaranteed. The pot's not guaranteed. I think he'll be very disappointed, only to be getting 4 points from that visit.
Gary Wilson 4.
Can he cue this one well? No is the answer, and he's not getting away with it either. He's missed that by quite a way, I'm afraid.
Yeah, he won't be happy with that one. Missed it, like you said, by a long way. You can see him there in the background.
Yeah, he's still got a glimmer of hope though, because with the score as it is, 31 in front, Zhao would have needed at least red, blue, red, blue, red, and he's not even on the first one. So it wasn't as disastrous as it first looked. Oh wow, that is an excellent recovery shot. He's still going to need at least 2 reds from here.
So I'll go down 6.
Well, he's missed the red. Not sure if Gary can get off the cushion to pot it. Yeah, he's getting spider, so he can play a little swerve shot off the cushion and pot this red. So like you said, Pete, he's still in this.
Yeah, I think if it was me now, I'd be getting the yellow off.
Yeah, 100%.
Trying to leave him in a snooker or in trouble at the bottom of the table. Give yourself a chance to get the clearance. If you get a chance.
Gary Wilson, 1.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, somehow Gary Wilson is hanging in there. But again, that's a terrible safety shot.
Yes, I think you said about his body language earlier, and it's kind of been the same all the way through the match.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just let the frustration get the better of him throughout this entire match, and when this goes in, if this goes in, when this goes in, it's the end. Normally Gary Wilson comes to the table chasing snookers, but I've got a feeling he's just going to get himself out of here. Mind you, I don't think it matters now. That's an excellent positional shot from Goodall. He'll be dropping this just past the black or into the pocket, and the handshake will be incoming.
Yeah, played that, like you said, 2-in-1. If it goes in, great. If it doesn't, he's going to be behind the black anyway, and the black going in,
14.
You will be seeing a handshake from Gary Wilson.
So I'll be on 14.
And there it is. Both players had their chances, but it's Zhao Guodong who takes the match by 3 frames to 2. And he's going to be in a very good position in this group with 2 wins from 2 matches.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamoutas.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benton. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah!
How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So we're here in Leicester for it's day 5 now of the BetVictor Championship League. First day of Group 3. We've got some new players coming in, some returning players as well. Still in the very early stages, but a great start, of course, for Xiaogu Dong. 2 points out of 2 already for him. And our next match is an all-Chinese affair between Se Jiawei and Yuan Sijun. Yuan Sijun, you can see he's got a point already because he beat Chris Wakelin on the other table, 3-1. And we saw Se Jiawei lose 3-0 to Xiaogu Dong first up, so we'll be looking to put that right. Still very early on. Joe O'Connor, the other player there, with a point on the board. They only played once before, these two. Se Jiawei was the winner, but let's see how they get on here. Yuan Sijun just warming his hands. It's not a warm day here in Leicester. Let's see how he fares here, though. As I say, he's already got a win on the board on table 2. He's only 25 years of age. He seems to have been around a long time because, of course, we've seen a lot of these Chinese players as teenagers as wildcards in ranking events in China. Currently ranked 31, Yuan Sijun. Se Jiawei, world number 16, 23 years of age. Already lining up this long red. Well, he went at it full-blooded, but didn't get it.
Yeah, not a great start for Xi Jiahui.
One.
Well, if he's cold, of course, these tables are heated, so maybe just stay at the table as long as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's a player that's
6.
improving this season. He seems to have made big steps forward this season in his career.
7.
Like you say, I think he's been playing maybe 10 or 12 years. I remember seeing him as a wild card in China when he was maybe just 11 or 12 years old playing. Yeah, not a great chance this. The black tied up. Well, it's a difficult shot on the pink if he's planning on taking it on.
June 13.
I didn't think Sergio Wei played badly against Xiagu Dong, but second frame he was in control of and ended up, he was 50 odd in front, but he was in a horrible snooker. He played a hit and hope and left a chance. Xiagu Dong cleared up and then played a very good final frame. So, okay, 3-0, but it wasn't that he was making mistake after mistake. But if he loses this match, of course, he's already struggling in the group, so it's quite an important one, really. Certainly get some frames on the board. Be what he's looking for.
Yeah, I don't think C has necessarily found the level of consistency that a top 16 player normally has. He can play some incredible stuff at times and then some fairly ordinary stuff at times. Yeah, that run to the semi-finals of the World Championship was absolutely amazing. But the manner of his defeat in the end must have taken some getting over. A couple of nice shots there from Wan Sijun.
15.
He had a run to the quarterfinals of the shootout this season, which of course is a very, very different form of the game, different atmosphere, very exciting up in Blackpool. But the black stays out.
15.
Well, that's a strange miss. Rolling the black in, doing absolutely nothing with the white, and That can only be classed as careless. It should be 2 cushions really, and going to the back of the pack.
Fall. Yes.
Yeah, it didn't look hard enough, but on these tables you're never quite sure because they are quick.
Yeah, just gotta be careful. Doesn't want to overdo it and just slide past that red to leave it into the corner, so just a fraction harder this time. Didn't want to knock the black in there. Looks like he can get through past the blue, but obviously doesn't like it to play the thin safety, but maybe he just can't squeeze past it.
Got a good cue ball. But you might see John maybe having a look at the pot here. Oh, did he ever? Hang on. Oh.
Yeah, absolutely magnificent cueing. Down ball cushion. It's as straight as you like. Yeah, the black over the pocket though is created a little bit of a stalemate at the moment.
I think the sort of fear, if you like, is when you see the black over the pocket, if the red start going round it, then it's just going to be a long frame. Unless someone knocks the black in or makes a big error. Well, he nearly made one there.
Yes.
Nearly caught the reds on the way back, but in fact caught the blue.
Yeah, I think he's playing off the cushion to try and clip off the reds. Can't afford to catch them too thick. He'll just knock the red towards the middle pocket, so he's just got to give him a glancing blow. Mind you, I think he's probably got to hit it this time.
That's a different shot.
Yeah, it's a good cue ball, but a chance at a pot. I think either way this is going to end the stalemate. He's going to either pot it or leave one. Oh, and that's not even going to end the stalemate because he can't see the black.
Well, again, it's a little bit like Johansi John. It was such a good pot. He nearly went in off, actually, but like you say, he can't see the black.
You're going to have to probably just drop him behind the yellow.
See the way one.
Two absolutely amazing pots and no reward for either.
It just shows, though, doesn't it, how attacking they are. They're always looking to get in, and they've got the skill to do it. Just a bit unlucky, both of them.
Yeah, that's a decent safety. Yeah, I don't think this is the kind of frame that either of these two enjoy or play very often.
Well, I think they're talking about a re-rack, so they obviously, you can tell how much they don't like it. They want to start again. 14-point lead wasn't considered significant. I mean, the Reds, they weren't all on top of the black, but I guess they just felt, well, we're just going to keep playing the same sort of safety shots. They seemed more interested in getting the heating on, or higher up anyway. Johansi Johnny was rubbing his hands, trying to keep warm before we started. Now he's gone over to Sergio Way's corner. I mean, there is heating on, and that is a heater there, but he's trying to get it even higher, I think. Yeah, it's not really t-shirt weather. The players, I mean, Dave Gilbert wore a long sleeve shirt. They are allowed to.
Yeah, so off we go again.
First frame,
yeah, so
to break.
Scrub that from the record books. We start again in frame one. Sergio Way and Johansi John. Third match of the day here on table one, Group 3 of the Championship League. They're actually into the last match, the third match of the session on the other table. 2-1 to Chris Wakelin over Anthony Kowalski.
Yeah, a little bit too thin with the safety there. Yeah, nicely hewed along pot.
Yes. 9.
Just let the cue ball run away slightly there. I still feel he's going to take this black on. He's got to get it though, because he's going to be going into the reds. Yeah, and he hasn't got it in.
You want to June 9.
Another re-rack imminent.
Don't say that, Peter. We want lunch at some point.
Well, look at this shot.
What's going on? That black over the left corner, they couldn't see it in the last frame, despite a couple of wonder pots, and now can't see it in this one. You can see the funny side at least.
Yeah, and he's got absolutely nothing to go at here. Or yellow. 2 cushions.
Brown ball.
Well, he can get high enough up to make a nice clean contact. And now it's going back as well.
1. You want to June 4.
Yeah, it's an unpleasant business, this.
We could be here a while.
Oh, the miss. You want to June 4.
Suddenly that smile has gone, hasn't it? He's in trouble here.
I think he'll end up miscuing and leaving Juan Sejun in.
Oh, miss.
Wow, what a call, Peter. What a call. Have you got the lottery numbers this week?
There you go. That's why I get paid the big bucks.
It was a nasty old shot, wasn't it? It was nasty, and well, your prophecy came true. He did miscue, and well, this is now a big chance for Yuan Sejun. What can go wrong here? The black's over the pocket. Surely he's going to pot it, and you would think get away in this frame.
Yeah, the balls are in a great position now for Yuan Sejun. Although, I'm not sure Si Jiahui thinks he's going to clear up. He's still stood up.
9.
Well, maybe now he's thought again. I saw there's a clip years ago, and we're going back over 40 years at the Crucible. Eddie Charlton was playing John Spencer. Spencer
15.
got in. I mean, they were hard men, obviously, in those days, and Eddie in particular. And he, early on, you know, it was quite tough. He stood up, thought Spencer would only make a few, and Spencer gets to about 20, 30, still standing, 40, 50. Eventually got to about 60. He needed about 2 pots. He sat down, but he was like a sentry. He was just stood there.
22.
Not really the done thing, but couldn't really argue with him. He was, as I say, one of the great hard men of the game. Another era, of course. So it's been a strange start, really, the re-rack, and then Sergio Wei potted that red and then was left in that horrible position. Miscued eventually. And Yuan Sejun
29.
looking good to take the frame.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed if he doesn't.
$36. $37.
Not much more to do now. Yep, 63 in front, red and colour, and it's
43.
1-0.
Yeah, and Sergio Wei, he was a bit unlucky, as I said, in that first match with the way sort of things panned out, and already in this one things are going against him. So he's played 4 frames, looks like he's lost them all.
$51.
Yuan Sejun has been in 2 ranking event semi-finals so far. He did actually drop off the tour. He lost his place, had to come back on. But he's still got time on his side, 25 years of age.
$59. 60.
Yeah, he's not hanging around.
66. $67. $73.
Well, he's missed that, but the damage has been well and truly done. Yeah, Sergio Wei potting that red, the black over the pocket, but couldn't get to it and couldn't get to anything in the end. Left the chance, and Yuan Sejun has taken it to account for the opening frame. Remember, this is the last match of this session. Just looking ahead, actually, they both play the last matches tomorrow of the group, so Yuan will play Gary Wilson, Sergio Wei plays Joe O'Connor, so clearly by then they'll know exactly what they need to do, or exactly how the table stands. It's all about getting in the top 4, and thus the playoffs for the winners group. Tom Ford and Elliot Slessor already through, so 5 more places available. That'll be in the middle of February. It's the same format, but of course difference is there will be a trophy available at the end of it all.
Yeah, and I think for some of these players today, it's is it their last chance to qualify, because they have to head off to the German Masters qualifiers after tomorrow?
Some of them, yeah. I mean, obviously Gary Wilson, Zhao Guidong, Sergio Wei, they're all top 16 players, so they won't have to go there, but it's true for the others, yeah.
The second frame, Sid Zahoy to break.
Yeah, it's been amazing how much almost everybody has struggled with their break-off. Yeah, didn't get it in clean, which is why the wires come up short for the blue. But at least he got it in. Yeah, didn't expect him to miss that one though. That's a
5.
Lovely controlled shot there from C.
Six.
Yeah, just
13.
Caught the black on the way past on that previous red and it's put him out of position, so it's break over.
Yeah, I just sense he's getting a little frustrated already because things just not going his way today, but you've got to dig in. You play 6 matches here, it's still very early in this group. Chris Wakelin has beaten Anthony Kowalski 3-1 on table 2. So that's Wakelin's first win of the day. Meanwhile, well, can he see this red? If so, what an error. Slight swerve.
1.
Well, he'll settle for that. The double kiss has brought the white out nicely for the green into the reds. That couldn't have worked out any better. But yeah, he's not at the races at all yet, Si Jiahui.
4.
these are how I like them, Dave. Hanging over the pocket.
Well, it's just going from bad to worse, isn't it, for him? It's all a little bit loose, but I think it's a sort of accumulation of, as I say, in that first match, things sort of conspired against him a little bit.
Yeah, just trusted to luck that he would pot that and hope to get on a colour, and that's come out okay now. Perfect on the green to just come down the table.
Four.
Now could possibly take the other red here and get on the black. Split the reds, knowing he'd have this red over the pocket, but choosing to take this red first.
Five.
Now surely he's got to play for the red closest to the black cushion, leave an angle on the next black into the reds before he moves that other red. Just hit that gap and screw out of the reds.
12.
Knowing he's almost guaranteed to be on something.
13.
Well, I say that.
20.
He's hit the reds nicely. They've opened up nicely. And he's on absolutely nothing. Should just take his medicine now, play off this red, down off the side cushion, try and get the white in behind the yellow.
Yeah, it's just plain unlucky that. He played it well, didn't he?
Unity June 20.
And had he got on one, then he couldn't really see it going wrong after that.
He went to pot that, but didn't really get close.
No, I mean, I don't think you could say they're necessarily playing the percentages here, are they? You know, it's a very open match, this, but if you don't get them, you're going to leave some sort of chance. So there's our way looking at this red, just past the baulk line to the green pocket.
One.
Wow, got some serious power into that one to not even touch the baulk cushion. And count himself a little bit unfortunate that he hasn't got an easy colour to go at.
Sinjahui, 1.
And another straightforward chance for Juan Sejun.
Well, he's got a sense of big opportunity here. I think his opponent's a little bit, I say fed up, but he's not in the best of spirits, put it that way. Yuan will be in the World Grand Prix, 25th on the one-year list, top 32, got in that big event in Hong Kong next month.
6.
Sergio Wei also in it. He's 19th on the one-year list.
Yeah, 4 reds in the open round the pink and black spot.
14.
When he pots the one to the extreme right of these 3, it should open the other 2 up. No problem. Yeah, so 24 in front already. 3 reds, 3 colours, and should be 2-0.
22.
Yeah, I mean, he was a bit unlucky, wasn't he, when he was in initially. Went into the reds and just landed in the one place where he couldn't pot one.
$29. 30.
'So this is the ball he needs.
37.
Just a bit of a stretch, isn't it? He's not the tallest. Got to keep a toe on the carpet there. No problem.
38.
Yeah, and that makes doubly sure of the frame.
45.
Yeah, and Sergio Wei has seen enough of it, so his woes continue. Played 5, lost 5 in terms of frames. It's 2-0 to Yuan Sijun. 2 of 28 Chinese players on the World Snooker Tour. I was thinking, Peter, you would have played in some of the events in China before Ding's victory in 2005, which would have started the boom. But I mean, the way it's sort of developed is incredible, isn't it? Now the interest over there.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, and every credit to like all of these Chinese players that have had to move to another country and start their careers as young lads. They've got a good community there of players all at Ding's and Victoria's academies, because it's not easy. I'm not sure if it was the other way around. Many English players could do that and move to China and play and live over there on their own. So every credit to them.
Yeah, I think this is why you've got to, in particular, admire Ding, because when he came over, he was 16. There weren't really any other Chinese players. So 16, he's coming to a country where he can't speak a word of the language. What he did was he spent all his time playing snooker, you know, because he kind of didn't want to do anything else, and obviously that paid off. But he said himself, he was very lonely, it was very difficult, but he's now inspired this new generation of players to come through and share in the spoils, and as you say, every credit to them.
The third frame, Yuan Sijun to break.
So Yuan Sijun in a very strong position here, 2-0 up. Can Sergio Wei, if he can just get in early and just get his arm going, we know he's certainly got the talent to turn this round, but not been an enjoyable match for him so far.
Will he be tempted by this red into the green pocket? Yes, he will, and in it goes. Fallen short of the ball climb as well, so a chance.
Three.
Yeah, just run through this red. Position on the black. Oh, wow.
June 3.
That's a poor miss. And a chance for Hui to maybe get something going. 3 or 4 open reds. Yeah, that was a lot of effort for 1. That's a little bit fortunate there, kissing that red. Didn't mean to kiss that on the way past, so he's lucky he's got back out for any sort of shot at a red.
No.
Got to get an angle on this next black after this one to get into the reds. Well,
16.
Not sure about that one. Didn't really have the angle or go into that shot with much conviction. I think if he has left himself a pot, he's been a little bit fortunate.
17.
And he has. That's now absolutely perfect.
Worth saying, of course, he's a top 16 player without having won a tournament. So that's quite an achievement, really, because, of course, it's prize money based, so it's very weighted to top prizes. So
25.
It's actually, to his credit, that he's been consistent enough to get enough points to be part of that group, albeit he's hanging on at the moment in 16th place, so he needs obviously to stay there for the World Championship to avoid qualifying. Got to the quarterfinals last year, so got plenty of points from the World Championship.
$33.
Bearing in mind, I mean, there are winners. Jack Lazowski won a tournament this season, and he's not in the top 16. The people have won tournaments who are not in there.
Yeah, got to feel a little sorry for Chris Wakeley.
40.
He was in there, fell out. They did the draw, and then he won the Scottish and got back in.
41.
Yeah, he misses out on the Masters. Yeah, you say it is unlucky, but he still got the $100 didn't he, for winning in Scotland?
Yeah, softened the blow somewhat.
48.
Just needs to take care here. You know, he's building a nice lead, but needs to try and nail the frame here.
49.
Yeah, I think the red will go at the bottom of the pack on the left. Could possibly open some more reds up here in potting this. He's almost at the winning point. Now I'm not sure whether the red now on the opposite side will pot. We'll soon find out. Yeah, there you go. Clearly it does.
64.
So just one more red. Or two more reds at the same time. We'll do it.
Well, that helps, doesn't it? Frame balls, not frame ball.
Yeah.
Well, this is what he needed.
Yeah, and once John was in first, Mr.
71.
Relatively straightforward red, with the rest just running through for the black.
$72.
And then a quick fire frame to reduce his arrears.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt he's a major talent. We keep bringing up that semi-final at the World Championship 3 years ago now. If he'd have won the tournament there, and, you know, probably should have been in the final, but if he'd have won the tournament, he would have become the youngest ever world champion. He was only 20. Would have taken Stephen Hendry's record. Stephen always said that was one record Ronnie O'Sullivan couldn't take from him, obviously, as he got older, but someone else can, and he nearly did. Now stood for 36 years, that record.
Yeah, I think it's going to stand
85.
a little bit longer as well.
86.
Ooh, a miscue. That's nasty. Hopefully his tip's all right.
86.
So an unexpected end to the break. 86. It finished at, and he's just... yeah, I think he's okay. The tip's okay. And he's on the scoreboard. That's the first frame he's won today. So Yuan Sijon's lead is reduced to 2-1. Remember, this is the last match of this session.
Yeah, won't want to be re-tipping before the Masters. Who does he play there?
He's got Corin Wilson a week today. In fact, a week today we'll be playing. It's Tuesday afternoon, just doing a little bit of work there.
Yeah, and Karen's been struggling with a cue trouble of late. He's been chopping and changing.
Well, it seems to happen more and more, Peter, doesn't it? You know, every tournament someone seems to have a new cue, and very often it's not exactly clear why. I mean, Judd Trump changed his. He seemed to be doing okay with the old one.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's the done thing. Most players in the old days got one cue and just stuck with it.
Well, of course, we mentioned it, Stephen Hendry there. I mean, his cue, which everyone always said wasn't any good. I don't know whether that's true or not, but anyway, it was good enough for him to win 7 world titles. And, of course, it got smashed up at an airport, Heathrow, I think. Not deliberately, but he had to get a new one. He was never quite the same afterwards.
You say not deliberately, Dave. It wasn't Jimmy, was it?
Thought you were going to own up there for a minute. And of course, you'll remember Alain Robidoux from Canada, who had the season of his life, and he said
Round 4,
he had
the way to break.
The man who made the cue, he wanted him to just do a minor alteration, but this chap took exception to Alain putting a sponsor's logo on the cue and smashed it up. Irreparable.
And never the same again, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, just sneaked in behind the green. pretty well judged. Yeah, now will it be thick off the reds? No, just a little glance off them, keep them together. Yeah, that's a poor shot. Should have been nowhere near that middle pocket bump. No, not necessarily a disaster where the colours are, but it could be. Yeah, took a more difficult pot on to try and free the pink spot, but he's let the white run away slightly. This is a very tricky shot now. Yeah, made to look very easy.
7. Eight.
Now this will be interesting to see how he goes about trying to manufacture a break here.
$13.
Yeah, he's tried to free the pink spot again, and can he get through to this red? If he can, it'd be a real bonus.
$14.
Yeah, and he could. Tried to make
20.
something happen there, and he has spread the reds nicely. If he can pot one this shot. Just wondering if he can get the one highest up into the middle pocket.
$21.
Yeah, he could. Now he should be in business here, just run off the side cushion for the red closest to the white right at this moment, into the opposite corner. What a chance to win the match here.
27.
Yeah, he's done quite a bit of hard work. Now it's about, as you say, just trying to keep things straightforward. But we've seen the confidence. I mean, that pink he potted to the left middle earlier. There's just no backing away, is there, in this era?
34.
Remember, he's already won his first match of the day on table 2 against Chris Wakelin, 3-1. So this would be to join his compatriot Zhao Guodong on 2 points out of 2 in the early stages. And in fact, he plays Zhao Guodong at 4:30.
41.
Yeah, that was a nicely controlled shot off the side cushion back across the table.
42.
Not got much more to do now. This pink and another 3 reds and pinks to follow. Should see him home. And they're all there. Yeah, this has been a excellent
54.
break so far. Just 4 pots away from securing the frame.
Yeah, proof of what a wonderful talent he is. I guess the question for Yuan Sijun is, can he now take the next step? He's got up to number 31 in the world, couple of semi-finals. Can he get to a final? Can he win a tournament? Can he become a real top player? Has he got that extra few percentage points you need? There's so many opportunities, so many tournaments, it can certainly happen.
61.
But we've seen here what a confident player he is. Goes for his shots, tries to make something happen, and it has here.
62.
And just as I say that, it's gone slightly wrong.
Yeah. Just needing the pink for the frame. I'm surprised he's hit that so hard. Can't afford to miss this green.
Green ball.
Yeah, he needs green and another red here, so he's just made things a little more difficult than they should be. Oh, terrific pot though.
Yeah, absolutely crunched in, but he's not
65.
on a red, so it's going to be a safety.
Oh, amazing, isn't it? Just as it was looking certain to be over, there's just a glimmer for Sergio Way here.
Yeah, I think it is only a glimmer though.
June 65.
I don't think he's shown a right lot of battling qualities, Si Jiahui.
Well, he's covered all the reds. He's going to need blacks off all but one of them.
Yeah, so I think Wan Sijun's got to be careful here that he doesn't foul. He doesn't want to give him points to play with. I think he'd be better off just dropping onto one of the reds on the black cushion rather than trying to skim off them. Doesn't want to give 4 points away. Or 5.
Yes. Shinzahui 5.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. That is... Yeah, maybe you've just been saying he needs to, if he wants to make that step up, that he wants to
I guess it wasn't on
improve certain aspects of his game, and I think this is definitely one of them. That is... It'd have been better just
It wasn't on
at least hitting him and leaving him in, rather than giving 4 points away, 5 points away for nothing.
Yep.
Make that 10, 9.
fall.
Yeah, this is...
She's a high fall.
Especially where the black was positioned. He could have dropped on the red on the black cushion there, the one closest to the pocket. Not really left anything easy, knowing that we needed to get blacks.
Well, he's hit it third time, but like you say, he's just opened the door a little wider with the points he's given away. 56 in it now, 67 on.
Yeah, now he's even at the stage now where he needs a red and a colour himself. And if he's going for this, it's a... Again, I just do not understand that. I mean, why would you play to drop that in, knowing you're going to leave the red in the middle if you missed it, when you didn't drop on the red and the black cushion when your opponent was 65 behind?
One.
Well, he was looking dead and buried, but out of nowhere, a chance has come along for Sergio Way.
Yeah, and if he pots this pink, he possibly goes favourite for the frame.
Oh, but he hasn't potted it. So now Yuan Sijun does need one red. Of course, he nearly had the chance earlier. He crunched that green in, didn't land on one, but I can't see him missing this.
Yeah, and I think we'll get the instant handshake, Dave.
Incoming.
One.
Yeah, there it is. Well, Sergio Way wasn't quite at the races in this match, was he? And Yuan Sijun, he played very nicely, I think, and he'll be more than happy with his morning's work because he's won both of his matches by 3-1 scorelines, and he joins Chris Wakelin on 2 points in the very early stages, top of the group table. And there you can see it, in fact, sorry, not Chris Wakelin, Zhao Guodong, my mistake. Yeah, Zhao Guodong 2 points, Yuan Sijun 2, Chris Wakelin and Joe O'Connor on 1. Gary Wilson, Sergio Way, Anthony Kowalski yet to get off the mark. Now, it'll be a top-of-the-table clash when we return at 4:30 because Zhao Guodong and Yuan Sijun on table 1 will be going head-to-head. So one of those two will, in the early stages, be on 3 points and looking very good to qualify for the playoffs tomorrow night. So we'll be back in about an hour and a half, 4:30 local time, for more from the BetVictor Championship League.
snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays.
Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. We've had one session already here in Group 3 of the BetVictor Championship League, another one to come. And of course, this group will conclude tomorrow evening when we'll have our third player through to the winners group to join Tom Ford, who won Group 1, and Elliot Slesser, who last night won Group 2. So we've already had some interesting action here on both tables, and plenty more to come here this evening. At the moment, Xiao Guodong and Yuan Si-jun are top with 2 points each, and they're about to play each other. Chris Wakelin and Joe O'Connor with a point apiece. The others yet to get off the mark, but it is early days. Matches to come, as I say, Xiao Guodong against Yuan Si-jun, and Zhao will play later as well against Joe O'Connor. Gary Wilson has a double-header there on table 2. Firstly, Joe O'Connor and also Anthony Kowalski from Poland, and then Kowalski ends the night against Yuan Si-jun. So lots to play for. But this is a top-of-the-table clash already. It's early stages, but these two have each won their first 2 matches, so one of them's going to get to 3 points and be in a very strong position in the group table.
First frame, Xiao Guodong to break.
Xiao Guodong, the highest-ranked player so far to play in the Championship League, world number 11. And Yuan Si-jun, world number 31. We saw him beat Serge Aouet 3-1. Just before the lunch break. The head-to-head's 3-3. The first meeting was the 2013 Shanghai Masters. Yuan Si-jun was a wild card. He lost 5-0, but he was also 13 years of age. So he really was on the scene very young. He's only 25 now as he misses that. I mean, Stephen Hendry Lee, he didn't start playing until he was 12. Never mind playing in ranking tournaments.
Yeah, that is one of the things you see quite a bit in China, where the wildcard players, they are very young. But they're also very, very good, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually been a bit of a pathway to development, hasn't it? The fact they got the chance to play in those tournaments. Anyway, Yuan Si-jun missed that initial red. And that one just struggles in, but it is in. He's played well so far. Beat to Serge Aouet 3-0. That was a very strong performance. Then it was a bit more drawn out against Gary Wilson, but he won 3-2. He's also had the highest break so far of the group, 1-3-4.
7.
So just gonna concentrate on blue and pink for time being. Black a bit tied up.
$14. $15.
A nice angle on that pink to cannon into the cluster of reds, and it's worked out a treat.
$22.
You won't be bothered about the black at this moment. He's got a few open reds. And the pink is available into all pockets, so made this into a decent chance. Just a little bit awkward. Not sure which of these reds, if any, will pot. That tells you. This one definitely pots.
$29.
Just slightly overscrewed it though. Played for the pink. He's on the blue, but he's going to need a good shot. Yeah, pot the blue, screw back off the cushion. Yeah, struck it beautifully. No problem.
34.
34-0 the score. Hopefully we'll sort the score out for you on the screen, but 34-0.
35.
Whoever wins this match, of course, will go to 3 points, and then they've each got a match later, so it's an opportunity to book your playoff spot before the first day is completed, which takes the pressure off tomorrow, of course.
42.
Just coming round to have a look. If the bottom red of those three in that little triangle can be potted. And that's the one he's played for.
$48. $49.
Knew he was going to cannon into other reds then, and that has worked out beautifully. Great chance now to go on and take this opening frame.
$52.
Yeah, it's 52-0 up in the frame.
$53.
Yeah, we haven't got no score at the moment. I don't think we're going to need it for this frame, Dave.
It's very impressive. It's been a good few hours since his second match concluded, but it's like he's never been away.
59.
Yeah, he's taken these really well. Bothered that the black was tied up. Just concentrated on blue or pink, and this pink will put him 66 points in front. So pink, one more red. This is an excellent start for Xiao Guodong.
66.
Yeah, Yuan Si-jun had a go at the initial red, didn't get it, and that's his only real look-in in the frame.
$67.
That blue puts him 72 in front, only 59 on,
72.
so this frame pretty much secure. Can he go on and make a century?
Well, you well and truly put the jinx on him there, but he should have won the frame. 72 is enough for Xiao Dong to very swiftly, just one chance needed, account for the opening frame. So remember, he's won his first 2 matches, already 1 up in this one. And as I say, he will play the last match on this table later against Joe O'Connor. Still early on, but certainly, as I say, if he can win all 4 matches today, then that's it. He's qualified regardless of the last 2 tomorrow. Gary Wilson and Joe O'Connor is the match on table 2. That's a rerun of the Scottish Open final from 3 years ago. You can watch that on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. As I say, he's the highest ranked player here so far and has become a top player, of course, last couple of years, winning the Wuhan Open back-to-back and other really good performances as well in other tournaments. Played a great match, didn't he, with John Higgins at the World Championship. That Higgins won 13-12 in the second round, but I mean, that was really high quality from both. And as I mentioned earlier, in the Champion of Champions last season, he beat Ronnie O'Sullivan and Mark Selby on the same day, both in deciders. Yuan Sijun then to break in frame 2.
One of the features so far about matches on this table is players not covering the red on the break-off. Yuan Sijun didn't cover it that time either. Xiao Dong not played the best safety there. This is a decent chance on opening red. He played it very nicely, controlled it beautifully for the black. I think you would probably put one in similar type of category to Elliot Celeste, Joe O'Connor. He's already gone to 2 semi-finals. I think he's a player capable of more, Dave.
Yeah, I was saying earlier with Peter, you know, that's the question, isn't it? Can he just add that few percentage points to his game and win a tournament, get to a final first, win a tournament, and rise up the rankings?
17.
It can come any given week, can't it? We've seen that. Players just find something. He's young enough to have several goes at it as well. He's only 25. He certainly doesn't lack confidence, you know, really goes for his shots.
24.
That's
25.
Quite an unusual bridge hand. Thumb very much. You see it, thumb's really out. Most players would tuck in that thumb in a little bit more, but very effective.
So it's a 3.
Very quickly goes to 40. 5 reds, 5 blacks. It's been quite some time, Dave, since we've had a maximum, so
Quite some time, you mean a few days? That is quite some time, isn't it, at the moment? Chris Wakelin. That was on the opening night. Rancy Jun, highest break in tournament play, 145.
48.
Yeah, and that's gone wrong. Wanted to just slip past that red. Could still pot this red into the yellow pocket. Certainly not easy. That's an excellent shot.
49.
And he's back on the black. Again, controlled it very well.
49.
Just to miss the cannon on the pink to get back for the black.
57.
The 8th black coming up.
It's a little bit unlucky.
64.
Split the reds. See here. Well, he's gone for the double. Played it as a shot to nothing. Is he going to leave a red? Well, he has been a bit fortunate there.
64.
Took the double on to get back for the black.
It shows how, you know, how much players want to make 147s, doesn't it? I don't think he'd have played that if he wasn't chasing the maximum.